Alright, are we streaming? Looks like we are in fact streaming. Alright. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? So today we are going to be working more on the group Iron Man. Getting that character leveled up. We may end up abandoning this character and just porting my regular Iron Man over to the group Iron Man because I have a lot of actually, I'm almost definitely going to do that because we have a lot of stuff saved up on that character. A lot of membership saved up on that character. So I don't really see a ton of reason not to do that. I very much want to continue with the group Iron Man thing. I'm a little hesitant to do that conversion because I'm a little concerned that maybe this whole group Iron Man games thing might fall through. And if it does, then I'll want to be able to just go back to my Iron Man. And there's no chance of doing that if I make that conversion right now. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Unfortunately, I still can't access the guild or the group Iron Man bank, which is a little sad. But yeah, let's get started. Let's get into it. Let's get leveling here. There were actually some people who got really far yesterday. BS Lounge is doing really great with the fishing. Undead Karst is killing it. Working a lot on thieving, I think, which is interesting. And then Died to Pillow is actually like level 50 or something necro already, which has been pretty impressive. We're going to go ahead and grab some fishes out of here. And then we're going to go start seeing about some leveling up. So we're level 25. Oh, we're level 33. We did a whole bunch of leveling yesterday. Holy shit. Yeah, we're level 33 here. There's not really any other gear that we're going to be able to get. Honestly, when we hit level 40, we're really going to have to switch to adamant weaponry. So either we're going to have to buy that, or we're going to have to go ahead and level up our smithing and mining in order to craft that stuff. But we're very much focused on just getting to a point where we can kill some bosses with this character. So we're gonna do the real boring thing here. We're just gonna go murder shit. In fact, we might just go up to the barbarian camp. Is the barbarian camp a good place for us to do this? We can't do slayer tasks or anything like that. So really our only option when it comes to trying to level up is just to find some lower level enemies. Something I've noticed. Hey, what's up, Master of Light? How are you today? What's the happy haps, bruh? What's the happy haps? Yeah, so let's just go check on the barbarian camp here and see what's listening to a kid read a book. Oh, yeah? Nice. I love listening to audiobooks. So good. So this is something that's kind of interesting. This is why the barbarian camp is apparently so good for leveling, is these enemies are only level 14, but they have 2,000 HP. And this is where your XP comes in. At least I think this is where your XP comes in. is from the amount of HP the enemy that you kill has. At least that's been my experience in the past. Can we go down here and see what's up down here? Since I watched Welcome to Derry, I want to read it, but I don't read, so what I'll do is listen to the ebook while bossing. Nice. That is not a... Ooh, this is a great place. Here we go. This is where we're going to go. I'm going to enter this portal right here. We're going to get this Gift of Peace. Nice. 2,000 gold. And then we'll just go right down to the next level. This is great. Yes, I know it may be dangerous. Search the grain of plenty. Hey, bunch of free currency. That's great. Let's see, what's over here? Level 21 zombies with only 2,600 HP. So this is what we're going to look for here, is we're going to look for enemies. See, here we go. Level 26 with 3,600. That'll be a decent enemy. Level 12 zombies with almost 2,000. That's a good enemy. But honestly, maybe not anything. You have almost 60 flesh kills. Nice. Have you gotten anything good from them? Let's see. 43 with only 3,000. Okay. These are too strong for me. But let's go get whatever comes at the end of this. I'm not significant experience to take this shortcut. Okay. Got the harpoon. Nice. Nice. Yeah, we're going to murder these level 12 zombies because at almost 2,000 XP, these level 12s are going to give us over 2,000 HP. I might want to read the current updates. Oh, was there an update? Attack strength, magic range, con is all going to 120. That's great. Yeah, let's go check on some of that. I've got a Discord account now that actually has Runescape on there. So let's go take a look at their updates page, recent updates. Combat styles, ranged beta. Let's go take a look. Zoom that in so I can read. Okay, the goals. What's in this beta? Changes. Ranged core script has been rewritten. Realistically, this shouldn't matter too much to you, the player, but it means we can make ranged combat more consistent and easier to maintain. Ranged now uses fixed ability timings. Impact timings are now fixed, like necromancy, meaning whichever weapon override you use, your ability will still hit on the same cycle. You won't miss your blowpipe. Range basic attacks, now you gain 9% adrenaline. Range now uses ammo. All ranged attacks now use ammo with a 20% chance to break. Ammo, which does not break, is dropped on the ground. No balancing for this isn't final. Core combat styles raised to 100. The Berserker, Maniacal, Reckless, and Majorat auras have been disabled. Range now has a basic attack. Nice. Snapshot, snipe, piercing shot, ricochet, splinter shot. A bunch of balance changes here. Okay, so it looks like we've gotten a bunch of changes to range specifically, with a lot of changes to the skills and stuff. I think that's really good. I think if they're trying to update the combat system, that's great. I personally don't think I'm actually going to like this combat update. Because I don't think that the problem with combat has anything to do with the skills or anything like that. I think the reason that combat doesn't feel real great is that they haven't leaned into this system enough. They haven't leaned into the Revo bar. And I say this all the time, but we need some more conditions to attach to some of these things. We need to be able to only be casting skills under certain situations, like if we have a specific buff, if the enemy has a specific debuff, if we're under a certain HP, if we're over a certain HP, different things like that. Because the Revo bar, I think, is the reason combat in this game is any good. And that's what I want to see change. As far as rebalancing and reworking some of the skills and stuff like that, that's fine. I think that's going to give a lot of people some more comfort with the system. And I think that's going to make a lot of people happy. So kudos on that, but I don't really think it matters. And I don't really think it's going to have that much of an impact. Especially, you know, they're trying to balance existing skills. And I just don't think that that really matters either. I think more skill variety would be significantly more important than balancing the existing skills. You know, coming in with some additional ways. For example, right now we have these spells here. We have these weakens, we have these curses, we have bindings and stuff like that. So we have a lot of really great conditions that we can add, and there is a long history of conditions and debuffs and buffs and things like that in MMOs, and they've sort of touched on some of that with a few of their skills, a few of their spells, but they're just in a place right now that make them fairly unusable. And because of the tick system, it's fairly difficult to use things like binds and stuns for kiting and stuff like that. And so I'd really like to see, you know, again, some more conditionals and stuff. I mean, could you imagine being able to trigger a stun or something like that based on your opponent having an enraged buff or something like that, right? Some sort of conditional that you could add to the Revo bar, where normally you're skipping your stun ability, but then you're waiting for them to hit a really important skill or something like that. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff that I think could be done with the Revo bar, that could be done with the combat system, that requires mostly more skills and greater control. But I don't really think it has anything to do with trying to balance the existing skill lineup, or trying to even make the existing combat styles, you know, fresher or newer or whatever it is exactly they're trying to do. So I think it's going to be a miss, in my opinion. I don't really think it's going to have the impact that they want it to have, but that's fine. I think the game in the combat system is fine in its current state. I'm really happy with it. I enjoy playing it. I enjoy building out my bars. So even if this update is kind of a miss and I don't really get a lot of value out of it, I'm not really looking for a ton of value in the combat system right now anyway, so that's fine. Gotta get this character leveled up, though. I have been working more on the group Iron Man games. I got the Discord made yesterday. I started getting the different channels and stuff that we're gonna need set up. I started working on some of that. I wanted to do the launch today. I just didn't get enough done. I got myself sidetracked looking at sailboats yesterday on YouTube. And I didn't actually get any work done, really. Unfortunately. But sometimes you just gotta take a day off to look at fucking sailboats. It's important. That's my goal in life, is to one day disappear from the face of the earth into the middle of the ocean. Get a nice big sailboat, put a hydroponic garden on it, go do a bunch of fishing. Just never come back to land. Oh, I can keep the beer glasses. That's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that. Kind of okay with it, though. I kind of want to keep all these beer glasses. I don't know what kind of value they might have for me, but they seem pretty cool. Pretty into them. I've reached level 40 combat level by hitting level 34 here. That feels pretty good. Whoop. I do want to get myself to level 60 combat level. That's my current standing goal. Is just to push that combat level up to 60. As soon as I hit 60 combat level, which I'm going to do hopefully without leveling up too much of my other stuff. You know, I don't want to level up my magic or anything. I want to do it all with my melee. So once I hit level 60 combat level, literally, no matter what these stats are at, hopefully I'm all 50 something with all these, so I'm wearing all rune gear. We're gonna go kill the mole. Because that sounds like a lot of fun. We want to push to kill that mole as early as I can. But hey, there go all of my stats up to level 34. That feels good. My prayer's up to level 18. That also feels good. We don't really use the prayer a lot on the mole as things stand right now, personally. Right? Not to say that the mole doesn't have maybe a good prayer that you could use on it. I just don't do it personally. Because I am bad at this game. But we're going to go ahead and just take a look at a bunch of this stuff. We just got the Freedom Combat ability. That's one that we actually need on the mole. Yeah, it looks like we didn't really get anything else there. Cool. Yeah, this is great though. We're getting lots of bones, so good to go as far as that is concerned. Ooh, I didn't realize these had ashes. We're actually going to keep these ashes because we need those for making the necro stuff that we need. I will actually probably give those to Pillow because he'll need them for making necro runes. So we'll definitely be hanging on to those. Hey, and some more ashes. That actually feels pretty good. I do know of a place to actually get ashes pretty effectively. Corp Beast. What about a Corp Beast? I feel like maybe these zombies are a little too low level for what I'm doing right now. I kind of want to go kill this crawler real quick and just see. It's got twice as many hit points. I've only got a 79% hit chance. I'm wearing all black gear right now. We've got our black helm, black plate body, black gauntlets, black legs. Unfortunately, only the Pathfinder boots, but everything else we got. Even our weapon is the black two-handed sword, which felt pretty good. We might go run over here to these flesh crawlers. They have twice as much HP. And typically, your HP, or an enemy's HP, is a direct representation of its XP. I didn't actually look at what these had. It's over twice the level, and it only has twice the HP. Not even twice the HP of these zombies, which tells me that it probably does more damage than it has hit points. But that's 239 XP instead of 120 something. What I'd really like to find is something in the level 20 with 3,000 to 3,500 HP. But that doesn't really seem to be in this dungeon. And that's just a little sad. Maybe we'll be able to find something else. Somewhere else. Maybe this dungeon just isn't quite right for us. What beast drops spirit sigils? I don't know what a spirit sigil is. Am I supposed to know what a spirit sigil is? Yeah, there's not really anything in this dungeon that I'm going to want to fight right now. Level 5 goblins. Definitely not what I'm after. Is that a meteor or something there? You know what I didn't think about is we might be able to come out here into the wilds. Didn't even think about this. Got some blue dragons. Those are way bigger than I want to be fighting. But yeah, we'll take a little peek out here and see if I can't find some stuff that's of a lower level but a higher HP value. Level 15 with only 500 HP, that is definitely not what I'm looking for. Death Tut Darts are going away at the end of next year. We got almost 17 of them. Is that the kill anything immediately thing? Level 14 with 2000 HP, that's a decent. I'm pretty happy about that. We don't need Death Touch Darts. Like, that's kind of a cool thing, as long as it's something that you can find in the game. What's this? Level 11, level 10? What's this crap? Level 32, that's not something we worry about. Level 32 with only 1100 hit points? That's also bad. Possible for me to even get up here? I don't think it's even possible for me to get up here. Turtle Jam, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. You have 98 darts. Holy shit. That's some good stuff right there. "98 free boss kills." Yeah, if those were just something that you could get through, you know, some sort of a PvE kind of a thing. I don't know exactly how you get the darts. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just working on this group Iron Man character in preparation for launching our group Iron Man competition Discord. Although if I'm being honest, I'm probably just going to end up converting my other Iron Man character to a group Iron Man. Level 25 with only 900 HP. Okay, well, it seems like everything out here in the wilderness is much more deadly as far as damage. They don't really have a lot of HP. Let's go down to Port Sarum and see what's up down there. Level 2 goblins. We could just one-shot those, couldn't we? There was a pack of goblins that I bumped into out over here. At one point. I think it might have been a quest or something. Yeah, it was a quest. There's also, right over here, there's a bunch of mages. And these mages drop ashes. Level 16, but only 600 HP. That's super easy to kill. But they drop ashes, which are pretty valuable. And then they have all the different types of runes. Which is fairly nice. They're a decent little... Oh look, it's like a little... There's some dude. Oh, I'll leave him be. What to do, what to do, what to do. Well, it seems to me like that best place might be down there with those little corpse crawler dudes. Well, that just might be our best option as far as HP per level is concerned on the enemies right now. Which might mean that's our best XP per enemy. This level questing is the best XP. Yeah, that's almost definitely true. But I'm looking for a place where I can just grind out real quick. And typically the amount of XP you get from killing an enemy is proportional to its HP. And so I'm just trying to find some enemies that are a high level with high HP, or a low level with high HP, I should say. Because the lower the level and the higher HP, the less damage it'll do, so the much more sustainability I'll have, and the more XP I'll get for killing the enemy. But I think probably that spot underneath the barbarian encampment is just going to be the best. And we'll just go kill the little corpse crawlers or whatever. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel, Down Bad. I don't think I've seen your name here before. I guess I can't go in the Slayer dungeon. Yeah, see, like, this is level 15 with 21 HP. That's actually pretty decent. So they probably don't do a ton of damage. Also, unicorns have a pretty valuable resource. You didn't give me a unicorn horn? Seriously? What an asshole. I guess the barbarians technically have slightly more HP than the skeletons I was fighting down there. So they're going to give slightly more XP. So there's something to be said for even just killing barbarians. But I want something a little more XP per kill than that. 134 just isn't quite enough. So yeah, off to the next area we go. And we'll just go find ourselves a whole bunch of the corpse crawlers. Let's see, we got level 21 zombies with level 26. We got level 12 zombies with 19. Level 21 zombies. Flesh crawlers, somebody's over there fighting them right now. I think back in this corner, there's actually flesh crawlers over this way. Yeah, so 3,600 HP is pretty decent at a level 26. And we've got higher level zombies. Again, these higher level zombies are really great. Level 21 with only an extra 750. So that's 9 more levels than the other zombies have, with only 750 more HP, which means their damage to HP ratio is off. So our overall XP gain ability would just be low. Oh, my character's using freedom. I don't need that skill. That's lowering my DPS. I honestly don't know if I'm actually going to gain more XP per time this way. It's taking so much longer to kill these flesh crawlers, and they do so much more damage, that it honestly might just be better to just kill fucking zombies. Low-level zombies. They're less than half the level of these because they're only level 12. And they have more than half the HP value. Which also makes me think that maybe some of the enemies down in the tavern or the Lumbridge dungeon might also be better overall XP. Which is just a little disappointing. Also not getting the bonus prayer XP from, you know, the zombies always drop a bone. So I was getting a lot of prayer XP that way, which was really nice to be leveling up. Yeah, I just don't think these flesh crawlers are it. Hey, what's up, Swords? I'm gonna be on for another 6 or 7 hours. We just got started on the stream, so I'm gonna be here for a minute. All right. I think this is just the play here. We just beat the crap out of super easy to kill zombies. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just so much better. It takes a lot more, like, active focus, but you just can't. You get to maintain full adrenaline. You don't have to be stopping to heal. It's weird to me that killing super low tier safe enemies is such a good way to level up in this game. The spawn rates are just so high. These zombies, when they die, they sound like they're vomiting. That's ridiculous. I don't want to get puked on by a bunch of putrefied flesh sacks. That's gross, dude. Fucking gross. Oh, why you gotta be gross like that? Just die quietly. Yeah, we're getting a lot of beer. Beer is good. Beer is good. Beer is good. And stop. Let's go drink some beer. I actually feel like the last time we were down here, we had a conversation about our favorite beers. I think that's definitely what happened. Came full circle. Root beer. Yeah, boy. Do a little A&W. Little A&W with the fucking frosted mug. Mmm. So delicious. With a little ice cream. So I used to work at a frozen custard shop when I was but a young lad. And we used to serve root beer floats. But I like ice cream a lot. And so if you invert the ratios, and instead of putting like 1.5 scoops of ice cream into a full glass of root beer, if you put like 3 scoops of ice cream, and then fill the rest with root beer, and stick it in the shake mixer, you can make yourself a really, really delicious root beer shake. Like, really, really delicious. And then it's just nice and thick and root beery and... so good. I used to have one of those every single day at work, though, when I used to work there. Literally the best you could ever have. Sometimes I kind of miss that job. It was so simple. I mean, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of hard work. But there was, you know, I knew a lot of the guys who worked there. We were friends. We just had a good time. You know, work was fun. Hanging out in the summertime. Making custard. And hot dogs. And it was super simple. There was no BS office politics. There was no any of that stuff. Just fucking hanging out, doing your job. I want to keep these beers because I want these beer glasses. But I don't think I want all of these beers filling up my inventory and then like having to go back to town to drop shit off. So I just don't know if I actually want to hang on to all these freaking beers. They're kind of gonna get in the way. And I don't really want to deal with that. Okay, now we're down to our last inventory slot here. We don't seem to actually need any foods. So I guess one way that I could kind of clear up some space would be just to go put these foods back. And I might go ahead and do that when we get done here. We'll just teleport up to Edgeville. We'll go drop everything off in the bank. We'll come back. Because like I said, I think that there's something to be said for these beer glasses. In fact, I think we'll just go ahead and teleport right now. So let's go back to Edgeville. Let's go back to Edgeville. And we'll put all this stuff away. We'll come back and we'll kill some more zombies. Because fuck the zombies. Fuck the zombies. Let's go drink some beer. All right. Then we'll go back in there just totally empty. So I started getting the Discord for the group Iron Man games all set up. And so right now I've got some channels in there. I'm going to do a couple of things because we want everybody to be on the same page for each game, and everybody to be playing the games in the same way, right, and have the same expectations. I am going to do a little explainer video for every different game that we come up with and put into the group Iron Man games. So that way, when you issue a challenge, you can just link to that explainer video. A, that'll drive lots of viewership, which is good. But B, it'll make sure that everybody kind of understands. Something else that I think I want to do is I think I want to have volunteer referees. So there'll just be people on the Discord who are going to willingly like watch and referee some of the games. You know, maybe for tips or something like that. A little currency in the game or something. But that'll also be very useful for games where people are maybe wagering bigger items or more items or something like that. They need somebody to also act as sort of an intermediary. And then we'll create a channel for a reputation system where people can just rep plus referees and stuff that they've worked with, so that people know, like, okay, this person has already been vetted, already been tried by some people, and then if people start getting, like, bad rep, then I'll go through and remove them from the referee role. And then I'm also creating, so there's going to be a channel where you can just issue public challenges, right? Like, my team wants to challenge 4 other teams to, you know, race across Gillinor. And then I'll put, it'll be important that everybody keeps their accounts public so that we can go look at your rune metrics, so that when you issue a challenge, especially if it's like a combat challenge or something like that, I can go look at your rune metrics stats and know approximately like what levels and stuff you and your team are. So if my team isn't anywhere near the same levels as you, then obviously we don't want to get in like a combat, like a boss race or something like that competition with people that are significantly overpowered to us. And so you'll be able to look, and then when you accept the challenge, right, you'll go into the little forum that is made, and you'll accept the challenge, and you'll post up your team's names, your team's in-game names, so that the challenging team can vet your team. And then, you'll go do your game, and you'll put your wager up, you'll put the game that you want to play up, you'll put a link to the explainer for the game, if it's one that I've got an explainer for. If it's not, then, you'll have to put the rules or, have some way for people to figure out the rules. And then people will join that. But on top of that, I also want for people to be able to coordinate entire tournaments. So, having something a little bigger where there's multiple games over the course of maybe an entire weekend, or even multiple weekends throughout a month, that maybe do some crowdfunding for the prizes. And that's something that I'll be doing personally, but I definitely want to leave open to other people where we can have some really big competitions going on. And so I need to look in a little bit at how maybe some other communities create competitions and stuff like that. There are a lot of communities like TFT and some of the other competitive communities that do a lot of creating player-run tournaments like that that we'll need to look into. But that's something that I definitely want to have happening. Lots of tournaments, lots of competition, lots of stuff. Because I don't think that competitive group Iron Man in this game is really all that interesting. Right? It's just a slightly stricter set of rules. And a really, really basic leaderboard. And that's not really anything. Leaderboards are cool, but especially for really long-term stuff like the group Iron Man system where you're going to be playing for years, eventually those leaderboards become saturated, and then there's just kind of no fucking point. And so I want to bring a little more consistent competition to group Iron Man. But I'm not quite done with the Discord yet. Hopefully in the next day or two, we'll get it to a place. I was being so lazy yesterday. So lazy. Pretty much all I did was watch videos of sailboats and dream about owning a sailboat. I'm also starting to feel like there's not really any value in this character anymore. if I'm just gonna do this Gillinor Games thing, or not Gillinor Games, Group Iron Man games. I keep saying Gillinor Games because I am taking a lot of inspiration, and in some cases straight up stealing concepts from Soup's Gillinor Games. But if I want to do this Group Iron Man games, then there's not really any value in me making this character when I have an Iron Man character that can convert to Group Iron Man already. And I kind of want to just do that. It feels like any time I spend on this character is just kind of a waste. I mean, it's a free-to-play character, so it can't even really go a lot of places. And I already have so much membership stacked up on the other character. Ooh, you know what else we get to do? Is we get to go get our nice tickets on our other character right now. Yeah, I think that might be the play. I think we might just go do that right now. This character kind of doesn't have any point. Since we're not doing the die equals delete thing anymore. We've kind of lost our value here. So I'm going to go start playing that character. And then if the people in my group Iron Man get on, then I'll get one of them to allow my other character to join. So if y'all give me just a second here, I'm going to put you on the Be Back Soon screen. And then I'm going to go swap accounts. Yeah, and then we'll just play our member account because that's better. We can, like, go kill bosses and stuff this way. Instead of killing nerdy little zombies. Alright. Let's teleport to Santa's village. Actually have a bunch of different stuff here. So we're going to get to do a bunch of fun. Oop, forgot to turn y'all back on. Boop, there you go. Alright. So we've got... Let's go over here. Let's buy up any of these that I haven't bought up yet. Because I wasn't playing this character for like 3 days. So we want to get all of our nice tickets here. So any of these that you miss, because you can earn 2 a day by doing the activities here. And then you can also talk to Clementine and get one. So any day that you don't come get your tickets, That'll put you on the nice entries. Oh, there's a nice big present with my name on it. You dig deep and check if Santa left you anything special for your nice points. There's nothing else addressed to you. Oh, nice. I got a scarf. Alright, now we can deposit these bad boys. We got some good gifts here. And then we're going to talk to Noelle here, and we're going to exchange Christmas wrapping papers for even more presents. Alright, let's do this in order of value here. So we're going to open the white presents first. These are almost entirely going to be just foods. We're going to add those to the currency pouch there. Then we've got our blue Christmas presents, which are also almost entirely foods, but sometimes we get things like black Santa hat emotes, which I don't believe I can actually trade. I'm pretty sure they're just for me. And some oddments and earmuffs that are untradeable, so we're going to redeem this ticket. We're going to add those oddments. And then I think we'll just redeem the black Santa hat emote as well. And then we'll open up these. We're mostly going to get oddments from these. Ooh. So we'll go ahead and add our oddments to the currency store. Orange candy cane token. Worth a pretty penny. We got a cayenne candy cane token. That's interesting. We might hang on to those. We may or may not try and trade those. And then we've got a nice little Santa Christmas present that we can hold. That's cool. All right, and the last one is our mystery gift from our nice entries. Let's see what we got here. We got 200 gold charms, 150 raw lobsters, and 50 limestones. That was really underwhelming. I'm so sad. Let's see. The limestones go here. The lobsters go here. Those go where they're supposed to go. Winter scarf can go right there. And then we're going to go drop all this food off to the reindeer over here. Let's see what's up. Hey, got a letter from, or a letter to Santa Claus. Tante Clocha, Tante Clocha. Let's go back up and turn that in and get another present from it. Because I like presents. I always tell them I like toast. Yeah, toast. Boom, open that purple present. Boom, more oddments. Oh, that's actually nice. We can go look at the oddments store, see if there's any interesting cosmetics we might want. We might actually get the serpentine rapier. If we get up to 5,000 before this switches. Just for grins. Alright. I think that's everything that I have to do here. Let's boop towards retreat. You know what I haven't done is I haven't actually fought the mole or really any of the other bosses since I started using this sacrifice and transfigure skill. I guess I fought the black dragon since then, but I haven't gone and fought the mole to see how this set of skills might help with some of that stuff. So let's go ahead and rock some foods in there. And then let's go see about this mole. Let's go get this nerd. Let's go get this nerd. When the first caveman drove in from the dregs, didn't know where we'd go with the bacon and the eggs. Must have been a genius got it in his head. Plug the toaster in the wall, buy a bag of bread, make toast. Don't you attack me, you tiny little fuckers. Ow. I just walloped the shiznit out of that guy. Tell you what, if I was just generally better at avoiding some of this asshole's skills, we would never take damage in here. I need to put, actually, that skill needs to go right there. That'll help a lot. That'll help a lot. Right. Must have been a genius got it in his head. Plug the toaster in the wall, buy a bag of bread and make toast. Right, whack that guy real quick. We swap to the good old two-hander, boom, smash it out. Kill all them ads. We're gonna smash it out again here with the two-hander, nice. And Man, that goes so smooth. Smooth as glass. Oh yeah, then we come right back over here. We just run this way. We're gonna whack that dude. Oh. Oh, what happened? Alright, switch to the big two-hander, kill all those nerds. Oh, that was so clean. Oh man, that felt good. Oh yeah, we hit our freedom that time. That's nice. That's nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at all this. Boom. Oh, oh, that went really well, if I'm being honest. Hey, would you look at that? Some moleskins and a mole claw and some stone friggin' spirits. Not a perfect fight. It took us about 8 foods. But that's okay. I think it was a decent fight. Now that I have my freedom on here, this phase back up here is going to be a little easier. Which means I should take less damage and use up less foods this time around. Which will feel super good. We should probably zoom out a little bit. One of the things that did happen there is I took my helmet off because I was zoomed in a little too close. And so I couldn't maneuver as well. That's something I'm just going to have to get used to in these boss fights, is I like being right up on my character, right? I like seeing what's going on, but I need to learn to zoom out a little bit and just play it back here. That'll just make my life a lot easier. Especially because I like to have so much stuff on my UI, primarily for the stream, so that y'all can see, what my gear is and what my skills are at, and a bunch of these things that don't really matter to my ability to play in the moment, but that do matter to people who are just like hopping into the stream, and they might want to see, what kind of tier I'm playing at, or sort of exactly where I am and what they can expect out of the stream. All right, we hit our freedom. Nope, nope, nope. Come back over here. Don't get hit. And then we bring ourselves around over here. Nice. Very, very nice. Oh, we actually got so much that we actually used our rejuvenate. That doesn't normally happen, but that's going to keep us nice and full. Which is good, since I don't have my freedom skill again right now. So we're just going to take that whole rockfall right in the face, but we still haven't had to eat. Which is pretty good, and we're about to be through one of the more damaging... one of the more damaging phases of this boss, which is this southeast corner here. Is probably the phase of the boss that I take the most damage on, other than the final phase, which is this middle north. Something I wish this game didn't do was I wish this game didn't have me stop being targeted on this boss when he changes phases. Because I have a skill over here. My regular basic attack is always T, and I use it to initiate fights and stuff like that, sort of like spacebar in Albion Online. I like to be able to move around and then hit that T to sort of bring myself back into the combat. Especially when I'm playing melee, it works really well, but for kiting it works really well too. With the ranged stuffs. So I would just like to maybe be able to use that a little more. You see what I'm Oop. But you see how I kind of just drift back into him there. And that's really, really convenient. And we'll get the big slam down here. Nice. That took a little while. We didn't have the adrenaline up right away. We took quite a bit of damage, but we'll get a couple of eats in there. Those are my first 2 eats of this entire fight. So having that freedom on that Q saved me a lot of damage in the earlier phases of this fight. So that feels really good. We'll get a 3rd eat in there. We took quite a bit of damage there on that one. We got hit too many times by some of those little guys. That doesn't normally happen quite so much on that phase, because I'm normally able to switch weapons and get this hammer down on these. Yeah, there we go. Alright, there's 4 eats. We're going to switch right back here. We'll probably get a little rumble here in just a moment. Oops. I just used my freedom to interrupt my biggest damage skill. That was stupid. Yeah, that's really too bad. I really injured myself there. But that's okay. That was still a pretty good fight. We got ourselves some numbing roots and some logs and some moleskins and stuff. We're going to use up this adrenaline for some heals. We'll probably get 1 more eat. So that was 1 less eat that time, even though I messed up pretty hard right there at the end. So yeah, feels pretty good. We got 11 eats to go on this fight. Let's try and get this as a 4 eat. If I can kill the mole in just 4 eats, that'd be really great, because then I could get 6 or 7 kills every time I came down here, and that would be just choice. I wonder if this numbing root would work on the King Black Dragon's poison effect. I imagine it would. I imagine even that's kind of the point, is to come in here and fight the mole some. And then use that numbing root on the King Black Dragon as you get some of it. Alright, we're gonna have to throw down some eats here. There's 2 eats on this fight. We were always gonna have some eats on that phase, though. Our freedom doesn't come back fast enough for us to get through 2 of those crumbles, which is really unfortunate. Let's go ahead and swap to the big hammer here. I think this phase is maybe something that I should just big hammer my way through, because I get a lot more damage this way, and we can kind of burn through this phase, I think, pretty quick. Just some really big, nice damage in here. So that just might save me a little pain. The same is probably true of this phase. Alright, so we pop that dude. Bring this guy back over here. Switch to the big hammer. And big smash down. Everybody dies. Back to the sword and shield. For the sake of the defenses. Alright, moles come out. We've got enough. Need a couple more seconds here, but then we're going to hit a big damage. Boom. Back to the defenses. Alright, so that's 2 more eats is 4 eats total. So that's kind of the limit of what we wanted to do here. And we're just going to walk away a little bit, come back, whack him. Let's break out of that. Oh, that was almost real bad. 5 eats. And then we hit the big smash down, switch back to the sword shield. 6 eats to bring us back up a little bit here. And then swap it into the big slam, and this should be pretty much the end of it. Nice. Good job. So just a 6 eat there, which was nice to hit. And honestly, probably one more, so call it 7 eats to get back up to mostly full, which is where I would want to be. So I feel pretty good about that one. Feel pretty good. Might want to drag my moleskins and stuff out. I don't know how many I have. Because I don't know how much mole killing I've been doing. I don't have any. Okay. So that's just our new 3 moles. Let's take these out. These actually need to go over here. Is this where I'm keeping? Oh, whatever. You can just go right here. That's fine. It'll be good enough for now. Put these away. Put these numbing roots away. Put that away. Nice. Feels really good. Alright, let's maybe start working on... Ooh, nope, not quite. I was about to say it's a new week, but... Well, actually, in 30 minutes, it is going to technically be a new week, isn't it? So I'll be able to go get my herb bag. And then we're going to do some herb lore. For sure, for sure. We need to come up with a place where we can go kill lots of enemies. And get lots of herbs. And then we're going to start working on getting herb lore up to 60. Because that seems super valuable. In the meantime, let's see, we need to switch out of this gear. We've been falling back on our melee gear a little too much lately. My melee is already in the 60s. So there's no point in me falling back on that. We've got 60 magic, so what we need to be doing is working on our ranged. And we can do that, right? We've got all of our black dragon hide gear. We've got our magic short bow. We have an amulet, I think, that gives us both range and damage. Where's my black dragon hide boots? Let's go ahead and put these in here. Is that all I'm missing? I'm missing black dragon hide. Hagen hide. Here we go. And then we also want that. So I try and keep the gear that I'm actively using and all of my different weapon types here in this tab. I'm not doing a great job of it, but we'll wear that, we'll wear that. We'll put these three things right back in here. All right, dope. Now we should be set. We don't have a ton of rune arrows. Do we have more arrows hanging out somewhere? Steel arrows. We definitely want to be using the rune arrows. But yeah, let's take a little bit of a look. So they've made a bunch of changes to ranged, right? So let's go through, let's see here. Let's reopen this up. We're now supposed to have a basic attack with ranged, I guess. That's just gonna happen naturally. It's not something we actually have on us. Bombardment hits a volley up to 9 additional targets, so ricochet and bombardment together. Gonna be pretty solid. We're using ricochet. That doesn't seem to want to be pulling up. Okay. Dazzling shot. Reduce target's hit chance by 10%. Why is this not on my bar? We definitely always want to be reducing the enemy's hit chance. I don't think I want this on there. We've got snipe. We've got rapid shot. We have dead shot. Can go ahead and be added here, I think. 9.6 second binding. So here's something that's interesting is this type bindings, well, it does do significantly more damage, and it does have a bit of a longer stun. Because that 3.6 second stun is there, there's not really a lot of use for that stun, other than just taking the enemy out of its combat for a little while. But that bind is really, really powerful, except that there's almost no point in using it when you have access to an 18-second bind from Snare for just 2 nature runes. In fact, I will almost definitely be putting that right there, and we're going to pull our nature runes out here because that's just too good. That just makes us too strong. Against regular enemies, I don't know that there's anything more powerful than just this snare and the regular shot from the ranged, because they don't do any damage to you that way, and then you just plink them for an extra 30% damage with your ranged attack, with your basic ranged attack. Most of the other skills don't seem to have those sorts of bonuses here, but super strong. We're not going to use a lot of our defensive skills here because we aren't going to be using our shield. But that's okay. We'll just skip over those skills because we don't have a shield. They just won't get used. But we will still get to use our debilitate, which will be nice because that's a 50% reduction in the damage we take. And we'll still be able to use our anticipation, which is nice because that's a 10% reduction to the damage we take. So some significant damage reduction. We also probably want to go ahead and put our sacrifice in here. And then maybe even move some of these skills down. And to be even more tanky, let's go ahead and put our transfigure ability in here. So this will give us a good healing ability here, since we're not going to be using rejuvenate. Yeah, all in all, I feel good about that. The other option we have is to take out things like the revenge and the reflect, which are both shield abilities. We could take out revenge, reflect, and resonance and run our necro runes so that we use rejuvenation, which will reduce the overall burden of our necro rune usage and give us a massive, massive heal in here. But I honestly don't even know if we're going to need it. If we take the snare and stuff, I feel like we're just a little too strong there. Especially if we're just killing regular enemies. I honestly don't even know if we need the snare at that point. We'll see. We will see. What's the sacrifice cooldown? Is 30 seconds. Let's put these in cooldown order here. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. Because we want our highest cooldowns to be getting activated first. We also want our heal skills to be getting activated first, because if you had something that had too low of a cooldown, like this 5-second, then it might interrupt the cooldown of this a lot more often. So you would just ultimately be using this skill less. And it's definitely something that I want to keep using as much as possible. Yeah, but bar looks good. Some good defensive abilities in there. We've got some wasted stuff, right? We could get rid of these things on the bar. We could get rid of that rejuvenate and maybe find some other things, but I actually don't think there are other skills we want right now. Ricochet and bombardment would be nice if there were some more conditionals to put on there, but stuns and binds for 1.2 seconds, knock back one tile. See, things like this demoralize. I don't really see a lot of value in. These really short stuns and binds just don't do a lot for me. Because they knock back, I guess this could be a nice little kite ability. But other than that, I don't see a ton of value. Same with the binding shot and the type bindings. They don't compete with this snare. Maybe the binding shot, because it's a basic ability, has some value, but that's about it. See, we got 20 minutes. In that 20 minutes, let's go... Ooh, let's go kill some vampires. Because I need vampiric ashes really, really bad. So that I can make... more vampire bats. Because I need vampire bats. Pretty much always. Until I get a new summon that leeches health or something. Teleport me to the Void Knight outpost? That's kind of cool. Why do all of these things teleport me to the Void Knight outpost? Grants a 25% attack and strength level boost, but reduces your defense by 50%. Gross. Honey Badger don't give a fuck. Okay. Yeah, so as soon as we get another, like, healer, life leecher, something, then we'll start worrying about that. But I think vampire bats are going to be kind of our best option for a while in that department. I could worry about going ahead and stunning these enemies, or binding these enemies. I don't think it's really going to be that big of a deal. This bow does some pretty solid damage. So we'll get that. We'll get the vampire dust. I don't care about the black hatchet. Oh yeah, just murdering stuff. These little mushrooms kind of get in the way. Let's get out here where some things will just naturally aggro me. If we get out into this little middle area, I think we can maybe snag up some aggro. But we'll kill shades, or we'll kill vampires for, you know, this 15 or 20 minutes or whatever, until the new week starts. And then we'll go out to Anachronia, and we'll get our herb pouch, and then we'll do some fucking herbology. Man, it is pretty nice to just murk some enemies super hard. Why did I just get struck by lightning? It's like lightning. It's just struck my brain. I don't think I need that seed. I think I get quite a few. Fuck it. Let's get the seed. Ooh, enemies. Die, vampire. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-down. Yeah, we almost murdered that dude in one hit. I mean, they don't have a lot of hit points, so they're not worth a lot of XP. If we look on here, even though they're level 61s, I'm only getting 147 XP from them. And it's because their hit points are so low. Speaking of hit points, let's go to combat XP here. Okay, we already have defense turned off because it's so much higher. Glad I did that. So we're not gaining any defense, so we're just gaining ranged XP right now, which still isn't really super valuable in the moment, because we're killing these vampires and they don't really have any XP value. But we're going to do this for a little while because these ashes are super important to us. Or dust or whatever. Because we need vampires. So we can make bats. Because there is nothing more valuable than a good summon when it comes to really stretching your strength. I think the summons are some of the most power boosting things in the game right now. As far as like effort per power, you know, you get your summoning up a little bit and you get a little extra damage, or you get a little extra healing. And these are really easy. These vampire bats are fucking easy to make. Right? You're looking for some Crimson Charms. I guess I have a lot of Crimson Charms because of the time I spent farming up the Tuska's gear and killing those things out there, but Crimson Charms are fairly easy to come by. And the vampire dust is super easy to come by. And you just need a regular sack and the regular crystals. And those are really easy to come by. And then you're just good to go. I mean, I've got 727 more Crimson Charms. I'm gonna make so many vampire bats. And it just feels really, really good. And then, you know, you make the pouches. The pouches are how you make the special attacks. And a vampire bat regens its special attack stuff super fast. So if you have a vampire bat attacking with its special attack every other attack, it'll pretty much permanently sustain that. So you can use up a lot of those special attacks with vampire bats and get a ton of healing. I mean, they're healing you for, 100, 150 sometimes per one of their attacks, so they don't do a ton of damage. But that's a huge amount of health for you every 2.4 to 3.6 seconds, depending. I don't know exactly what the vampire bat's attack speed is. Or I guess 4.8 to 7.2. Hey. I don't have the ability to clean that, bummer. Oh shit, it's a snowman. Oh. I haven't completed the Back to the Freezer quest. I can't spy on the penguin. You know what I haven't been doing, and that's gonna be really fun, is shooting these things with this special attack. Special attacks are the best. Easily one of the coolest things about this game is the special attacks, and then all the cool shit they're doing with special attacks for, people put them in the necklaces or whatever and then use them all crazy. But special attacks are a super, super valuable part of this game. And I'm really enjoying that. Like a lot. So happy to have my first special attack. Whammy that dude real quick. Oh man. Yo, this bow is just cranking out the damage. My goodness. I really, really enjoy the ranged combat for the basic enemies. I don't necessarily enjoy the ranged combat for the bosses, or at least I didn't against the flesh hatcher. It wasn't really for me. I think I just like to be tankier when I fight the bosses and play the melee. Makes me feel a little more comfortable. But I'm really liking the bow on some of these farming areas here. I could definitely have like the ricochet in here and the bombardment, and maybe get like some AoE stuff going on, and that could definitely be valuable. But I mean, like right here, I could be killing all of these enemies all at one time. Looks like I'm all full here. Why am I killing these dudes? Okay. Let's run back to town. I love how close these vampires are. This is just such a nice little farm for such a huge amount of value to my overall strength. I haven't used the vampire in a lot of my fights so far. I'm kind of curious. I don't actually think the vampire bat would be very good, for example, in the flesh hatcher, because he does a lot of that AoE stuff. I think the vampire bat would get killed by some of those magic attacks. Unless they only hit you. But I doubt that that's true. So we'll maybe have to do some testing. If you're gonna lose your vampire bat too much, though, it's not really valuable. It also might... Yo, what's up, Drippy Bun? How are you? But also you might... or also, sorry, not also in a positive, also in a negative, is it might mess up the ads AI. So Ashes of Creation is not going great. Yeah, I mean, that was always going to happen. That was always going to happen when they decided to launch it in early access on Steam in alpha. You just don't make people pay for alpha versions of games. Yeah, and I still am excited for the game. If the game becomes the game that they want it to be, then it will get a drastic change as far as what people's opinions on the game are in the future. But that's only going to happen when the game gets to the point where it is what they've been trying to build this whole time. The problem is if you put a game out on Steam, you put it out on their early access release, even if you tell people, even if you say, hey, this is the alpha release of this game, because you're asking them to pay full box price for it, they're expecting that kind of value. Because people, even if you're telling them you're paying to test this game, you're paying to help us develop this game, even if you tell people that, they're expecting to get their money's worth right away. So if you sell a game for $50 and I play it, and I get about $1.50 out of value from your game, then I'm going to trash your shit on the internet. No matter what you said, no matter what expectations you set, you put a price tag on the game, and my money has value. And the value I got out of your game was not equivalent to the amount of money you expected me to pay for it. Right? I don't pay for the privilege of helping you make your game that you're eventually going to make money on, right? I'm not an investor. I'm not getting dividends from your future profits. I'm not any of that. So when I put my money in, the value I'm expecting to derive is in entertainment from the game. And I'm expecting to get it when I spend that money, not in 6 years when you finally finish the game. The alpha stuff that they were selling before, the really expensive packages, the $200, the $150 packages, all of those things I could accept because they were being sold on their personal website, and that makes a lot more sense. But Steam is an ecosystem for complete video games. Oh yeah, no, it's not even close. Not even close to ready. Just from a content standpoint, they're not even close. But also from a polish standpoint, from a mechanics standpoint, a lot of their mechanics are still very half-baked. They're not anywhere close to launch time. At least 3 years, I think. At a bare, and that's if they just crush it on development. But they've got freeholds to put in the game still. They've got different types. All of their cities are the same type right now. They've got to be putting in different types of cities. They've got, more than half of the content that they have released right now, plus the entire other continent, plus the giant island in the middle of the map that they've still got to make and put out. They've got lots of variants that they're trying to do. So each of the zones is supposed to have these progressive quest lines that change the world. There's supposed to be quests and locations that are only accessible during certain seasons and when certain environmental effects happen. And, none of these things are in the game at this point. None of this stuff is really there. And because they have to go and handcraft all of it, I mean, they have years and years and years of development after they get all the tools and stuff like that implemented to make those things possible, right? After they get the underlying mechanics of those systems well developed and put into their game so that they can quickly, create new events and stuff like that. But they're not even to a point where those mechanics are well built in the engine, and they don't even have the tools and stuff available to quickly make those things as of yet, right? They're still in a prototyping and iterating phase with their tools and their systems. And so because of that, they still have so much time because they have to get those systems locked in and created well before they can even start the process of the sort of grunt work of creating all of those different handcrafted experiences. So it is a long, long way out. And, some of that can be done post-launch, right? If you get a good base, especially a good base of early game stuff, and then, you have those mechanics and those systems really well built, and you can make new experiences fairly quickly, then that's something that can be done post-launch, and some of that stuff can be filled out post-launch. But it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot, and they are not prepared. At least not yet. But I am hopeful. I mean, I think when the game comes out, if they stick to their guns on it, is making an MMO really hard? Or is it the devs out of touch with what community wants? Because most of the time I'm seeing the people being mad about something. Yeah, no, I think it's just really hard to make an MMO. It's especially really hard to make an MMO with really, really full, complete dynamic systems. And it's because of how abstract. If you want a dynamic system, then you can't hard code the system. And I don't even just mean hard coding like HP values and stuff like that. But you can't hard code anything. You can't decide how a creature or something is going to react to a certain stimulus, for example. Right? Every interaction and every reaction from everything in the game has to run on a random number generator, has to run on, some dynamic system, some procedural system that takes from a wide variety of different possible outcomes based on, weights and stuff like that of specific stimuli. And it is extremely difficult to, create all of those different possible actions and reactions, but then B, to find the proper weights and stuff for those actions and reactions. And so it just becomes almost impossible to create truly dynamic systems. And that's kind of where MMOs are now, right? We've played the MMOs. We have things like RuneScape, right? RuneScape is not a dynamic game. RuneScape is very much a sort of curated, predictable experience. Have you read about the machine learning done by Arc Raiders dev team to make their enemy AI? No, I have not read about that. But that's definitely a good use for machine learning. And that's honestly kind of some of the stuff that I'm talking about is those are the ways that you can introduce a lot more of those dynamic systems. And that's why the future of MMOs, I think, is going to be really interesting, is because not only... So, for example, the thing that I want to do with my chat game is I want to use an AI to filter inputs to find the natural input from the player that most closely resembles one of the predefined outputs of my character. So I don't just want people to be choosing to do the punch attack, right? I want them to be able to type uppercut and get the punch attack to go off, because the game understands through the use of that language model that uppercut is closer to punch than it is to kick. And so you start to have a little bit more of a dynamic experience by opening up the available options of the player. So in short, they made their enemy AI like a pet. Once it finishes a certain task, it's given treats. Yeah, that's how reinforcement learning works, is you give a reward. And every time you're in-game, the AI is constantly learning player behavior and trying to be smart so that it gets those treats. Yeah, that's basically reinforcement learning. The question I would have, the thing that would be most interesting to me is how they've weighted those goals. So there are obviously lots of different goals for the AI to be trying to get at. And the AI is trying to optimize its reward, right? Its reinforcement. And so when it looks at the state of the game, it's going to prioritize some activities over others based on how quickly it can complete one of those tasks and get those rewards. And then different tasks are obviously going to have different reward values, right? So I might get one reward for taking a step, but I might get 10 rewards for attacking a player. So if it takes, if I don't have any steps before I can start attacking the player, then I would start attacking the player immediately to get my 10 reward. But if I can't attack the player from where I'm at, then my best goal would be to start taking steps towards the player. And then if there was also, a reward for something like attacking multiple players, then I would look at, maybe I get 10 reward points per player I attack. So if there's one player 5 steps away and 2 players 7 steps away, my optimum reward value is actually not to go after that single player, but is actually to go after those 2 players by taking those 7 steps instead of going after that 1 player in just 5 steps. So I would be interested to see sort of what some of their goals for their AI is. And that might be something fun for them to disclose, is like, here's what we're trying to get our AI to do. Here's how we're trying to get our AI to interact with the world, and some of our priorities for that interaction. I doubt they'll ever disclose anything like that. But, maybe. Could be fun. But yeah, computer AI. I mean, we've seen it, right? When they did this stuff with the Dota. Oh yeah, you won't get the full picture, but they do dive a bit deep. That's interesting. I'm going to look into that then. Because I'm really, really interested in that. I've been learning quite a bit about AI for a lot of years, because I think that reinforcement learning and AI and stuff is really important and really interesting, specifically in the gameplay space, in the video game space. And I don't think it's because of large language models necessarily. It'd be super cool to have NPCs that could really have a conversation with you, but that's not where the value comes from, in my opinion. The value of AI models is in the reactivity of the world to your actions, far beyond just language. Something that they're doing with AI, with agents, is they've started to layer agents, where instead of trying to create, and this would work really well for like groups of AI, like a goblin horde, for example. If you wanted the goblins to be at war with the humans, then you could create layers of agents where you have the goblin horde leader agent, which is sort of the large scope, big picture agent of the goblin horde that's deciding, its large scale activities. And then you could have goblin agents that were the sort of war band agents that were deciding what smaller troops of goblins were doing. And then you have individual goblin agents that are really, really basic, right? They're not worried about any of those big picture things. They're not even really worried about where they're going or what they're doing outside of when a player specifically exists near them. So these AI individual agents would sort of be in a sleep mode, which would significantly help the overhead cost of those AIs, because your individual agents aren't really doing anything until a player is literally standing right next to them. And okay, now, this player's within 10 steps of me, so now I can start fighting this player. And then that AI agent would have, its reward system, its reinforcement learning would be based entirely on the combat phase of that experience, and nothing else. And so your big picture AIs would be trying to get the goblin horde near players to attack, and then the smaller individual AIs would actually be doing that fighting. I want to dive into it, but I don't get the time. My job is nowhere related to it. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of YouTube and a lot of... There's a really good website, or not a really good website, a really good YouTube channel that you might look into. Hey, we got a herb bag. Nice. A really good YouTube channel you might look into is called 2 Minute Papers. And they go through sort of new technologies, specifically AI technologies, as they're developing. It's a super, super good YouTube channel that I've watched for years and years. But they don't just look at like large language models. They're looking at models that are doing animations. They're looking at models that are doing rendering. They're looking at models that are doing like fluid dynamics and physics and stuff like that. And a lot of these things are being done, honestly, by NVIDIA. And they're just looking at a lot of those things, creating spontaneous 3D environments, generating spontaneous video, or even generating spontaneous video games that are being sort of created in front of you as you're playing it. So you're moving through the world and interacting with the world, but the world doesn't exist until it comes into view for you. And so a lot of these things are really, really rudimentary first attempts, but I mean, they're fucking insane. They're so good. And they really show what's going to be possible in our future. All right, I've got a herb bag. Now where do I go to get herbs? It's Taverley, right? Go kill Chaos Druids? Is that the play? I think that's the play. Let's go. Would such a system work in MMOs, or is it completely going to tip the balance? So it's a long way off with those sort of spontaneous systems. And those systems don't have enough structure. Something that I think we're starting to realize, or at least I'm starting to realize, is that structure and limitations are fairly important. Because the creativity of interacting with a system comes from manipulating the limitations of that system to produce unknown outcomes. And you can't do that. Whoops. You can't do that if the system doesn't have any limitations, right? When you think about magic, for example, when you think about any magical system you've ever read about, in any books that you've ever read, those magic systems have rules and restrictions, because if they didn't, then there would never be a plot. Right? The whole thing would just be bad guy wins. Or, good guy saves the day automatically because magic. So you have to have some sort of limitation as far as, drawing a certain amount of energy from the world around you or from yourself, or, magical words that have to be said, or, whatever it is. You have to have those things. And so as AI becomes capable of dynamic creation and can create a lot of that stuff for us, there's still going to be a lot of work involved in building up those limits, so that you have to work within a system to create the outcomes that you're looking for as a player. Because if the AI could just do anything, then it's not even really a game at that point. Hey, you get vials of water from these nerds? Nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited for that stuff. I think the first steps for AI are going to be more about assisting with procedural generation before launch. A lot of people are looking at AI to be a runtime resource, but I don't think that that's necessarily where it's most valuable right now. Um, I think it's more of a development resource than it is a runtime resource. Is it possible for it to break those limits, like how players find exploits and stuff? Yeah, so they made an AI. They made an AI that played tag years and years ago. Um, and one of the things that happened, so they had chasers, or they had taggers, and they had um, runners. And one of the things that happened was as they included more structures and stuff like that, and gave the AIs more ability to do different things, the AIs did start to sort of break the environment that they were in by glitching themselves on top of different objects and stuff like that so that they could get over barriers by creating sort of impenetrable barriers where you had to use these glitches to get over the top of them. They did all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, just like the players would, right? Just like if you were playing a tag game, you would try and find ways to make yourself absolutely secure. And so they would, do things like shake stuff back and forth really fast to glitch the in-game physics so that they could get on top of stuff and stuff like that. But that's all stuff you can control. Um, just by making it so that if something ends up in an out of bounds state, then you just take it out of that state. Right? The AI isn't really in control of the environment, you are. So unless you're just giving it free reign, then you're still in control of what can happen. Yo, this herb bag is dope. Honestly, I'm sure there's quite a bit of that. I'm sure there's quite a bit of that with the Arc Raiders reinforcement learning. For example, if the Arc Raiders' enemies' primary objective was killing players, if that was how it got its reinforcement reward, for example, then it would start teleporting. Yeah, enjoy your run. Because that's the most effective way to get to the enemy. But it is possible to make it so that the AI can't do that. Or it is possible to weight its rewards in such a way that doing anything outside of moving its character model in the way that it's designed, like walking like a spider or whatever, would have such a negative impact on its reward that it won't do it, right? Because it's trying to optimize its reward. And so there are lots of ways to keep things from happening. Now, you do have to know what things are possible. And so there's lots of testing that has to go into that, right? That it's just like letting players play a video game, right? The players are looking for ways to break the video game, and then when they find ways to break the video game, the developers patch those things out. So exactly the same thing. If the AI finds a way to teleport that isn't intended in the game, then the devs will just have to go back in there and say, okay, this is no longer possible. But it potentially is going to lead to some just fucking hilarious shit um, that I would love to see videos of, right? Like the little spider walkers or whatever, just teleporting to where people are and then murking them by, somehow trying to find a way to bypass their attack speed limits and stuff to allow them to attack super, super fast or with lots of different weapons all at one time or something. And then you just have spiders teleporting around, just annihilating gamers inside of these Arc Raiders uh, games, lobbies. Like, I would love for some stuff like that to happen. And it's likely going to, right? Because this is one of the first implementations of machine learning, reinforcement learning in a live video game. Yeah, well, and it's going to find glitches. Like for example, in Skate, the new Skate game, there are glitches in that game that allow you to, do like a roll and a jump, and then put your board out, and then you start moving really, really fast. Right? The AI is going to find those glitches, just like regular players do, and it's going to exploit those glitches, just like regular players do. So if there's a way to make the Leaper model jump farther by jumping it into a wall or something like that, or jumping it into a corner, or pushing part of its model into terrain and using the collision to do something to increase its jump height or something like that, the AI will find out how to do those things. And it's impossible for the developers to preemptively prevent it from doing those things, because you can't think of everything that it might accidentally stumble on in the course of gameplay. Just like you can't do that for players. You can't predict every possible interaction that your world might have with another model in your game. And so it's going to happen at some point if they have an AI live adjusting the actions of their NPC models, then at some point, enemies in that game are going to teleport across the map and kill people instantly. There's something is going to happen, some glitch is going to be found, there's going to be some accident that occurs. In the game, the AI is going to find something, and then it's just going to start murking people. And it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be just like in WoW when they had that disease that ran out of control because they didn't predict, it wasn't supposed to be able to come out of the map. Yeah, the players have found a way to like make it jump into little holes and things where it can get stuck, and once it realizes it can't escape, it just self-destructs. Wonder if it's going to learn not to jump into that. Yeah, sure. It certainly can. I did see that little video on somebody trapping one inside of something. I'd also be interested, I assume it's not a real-time thing. I assume the reinforcement learning is happening on a... My assumption is that the games are being turned into data, and then that data is being fed into a training model, and then that training model is being used to update the in-game AI. Right? It's not a real-time learning system, I'm sure. I assume, and again, I'd have to look into it, but a much easier and much more lightweight way to have your AI constantly evolving and learning would be to, take the games. Right, okay. So yeah, it's turning the games into data and then feeding it into the AI, which is going to mean that you're going to see drastic changes at update times. So depending on how often they update the AI model, the end game, not the AI model that's doing the actual learning, but the AI that's actually controlling, which isn't a reinforcement model. When I say AI, I mean that in the old version of AI, where Goombas were AI, but the NPC controller is, I'm sure, being updated on a schedule from the learning model. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really cool. They have to be careful with that, obviously. So that's something that they'll have to tweak too, is they will have to probably include some sort of reward system for the length of time it takes for the AI to kill a player, for how much damage the AI takes, for how often the AI loses versus wins combat encounters, because it's not just trying to get the AI to kill the player. Because if the AI's only goal was to kill the player, it could do that extremely efficiently. Because just like in chess, where nobody's ever beat the best chess computers in the world, nobody would beat the best AI either, because they absolutely frame perfect, have the ability to hit everything. And so you sort of have to dumb down NPC controllers so that they don't beat the ever-living crap out of players. And so the same thing is going to be true here, right? They're going to have to be weights and rewards designed specifically to keep the AI from attempting to learn to just beat the players every time. Its goal has to be more about enjoyment and engagement than victory. Yeah, I would be really interested to see how they were weighting that and how they were doing that. That's so cool. So cool. And if they do it right, so you've got things like, it's really fun to trick it to jump into a hole. So instead of programming it or allowing it to learn not to jump in the hole, you would maybe want to actively prevent it from learning to not jump in the hole. Because getting it to jump in the hole is fucking awesome. So you really are going to have to make it learn to be dumb sometimes for the sake of player enjoyment. Sorry, I don't mean to keep you from your run. You just go do your run whenever. I'm going to keep talking about this because it's entertaining me. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to look into that. Because machine learning and AI is something I'm very interested in. Especially as it pertains to video game environments and NPCs and stuff like that. Yeah, we're getting so many herbs up here. This is great. I do still think that their core game design is going to have a drastic limitation on the game's enjoyment. The PVX model, I think, is fucking horrible. And so I don't think the game is ever going to reach, like, an outstanding level of popularity, even with the implementation of a learning model, even with the implementation of all this other stuff. They have an extreme upward limit of how many players are going to be willing to play a game that that allows other players to lie to them and take their stuff and, I mean, all kinds of things. Because those systems are extraordinarily punishing to your casual player base. And your casual player base is the part of your player base that keeps your game alive. There are many times more casual players than there are hardcore players. So even if those casual players are only playing a little bit each, in the aggregate, they play more than your hardcore players do. And so when your systems directly make their lives harder and turn them into sort of content to farm for your smaller portion of more active players, you lose those players. They stop playing. Because who wants to just be fodder for somebody else's enjoyment? That's not fun. So they'll have to fix that. But I have a sinking suspicion they aren't going to. Which is the reason I will probably never play that game. Because I'm not good enough to be in the winning percentage. So I would just be fodder for other people in that situation. And that interests me exactly zero. Alright, let's go ahead and teleport back out to Berthorpe here. And take a look in our, we're going to take a look in our bank here. We're going to see what sort of water vials and stuff like that we have available. We're going to clean a bunch of Clean a bunch of these things. Now, I have an herb bag. Okay, so it doesn't fill with cleans. Okay, and then when it empties from start to finish. That's actually really convenient. I'm pretty excited about that. We emptied all of the guams just straight away there. So we want to look for grimies. We're going to take all the grimies out. We're going to put all the grimies in this bag. And then we're going to empty the bag. And it's just going to spit them out in order. From lowest level to highest level is what it looks like. And that should give me the ability to go ahead and clean as many as I can. And then... Holy crap, this is such a good system. Good job, Runescape. This works so good. Then we put all this stuff in here so that we can make water stuff out of it. And then we'll come back over here. We'll empty some more. Oh man, this is so clean. Good job, dude. Holy crap, that was well designed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so we'll do this here. So we're going to get some unfinished guams. And we'll just keep taking 10 and 10. And let's actually go ahead and put these down at the bottom here so that I can just boop boop click them a little better. I guess I could turn this into a preset, but that would take too much effort. So we're going to make those. Of course, if I did that, I could do 14 and 14 and just put this bag away. And then this would probably be much, much faster. It's fine. I like doing shit the slow way. Then we're going to need to look at what Guam potions can I make? What do I need to make them? So let's take a look. Duck Speak gives 10 XP. That's not something I care about. Let's see. This needs a Guam potion. Gives 25 XP. Needs an Eye of Newt, which I can get an almost infinite amount of. Let's see. That's attack. This is ranging. Takes red berries. Gives 5 more XP. Okay, so as far as potions go, now I do have the upgraded attack potion that also gives health that I can make with um, jumping salmon or jumping trout or whatever that I can get. So it might be better to make these attacks and then put jumping trouts in them. Jump. Don't have any. So we'd have to go get those. But we might go ahead and do that. Because that'll just be more XP. And that's what I'm after right now. Is just as much XP as I can get here. We're going to have to get more vials. We're going to have to get more of a lot of things, if I'm being honest. I don't know if we have... Eye of Newts. I think I just bought a bunch of Eye of Newts. Pretty sure it's a purchasable resource. We have 37, but it is a purchasable resource. So we will buy a bunch of Eye of Newts. And then when we make the potions, I think there's like an alchemist or something that can stack them all into like one for you. Or is it you take a 4-stack and they split them up for you? I think it might be that you take a 4-stack and they split them up. And if that's the case, we're going to want to do that. We're going to want to take some 4-stacks and split them up so we can get some more vials. Then we're going to have to fill vials with water and do a bunch of other stuff like that to make the most. But now we have 86 of these Guam potions. So let me go. I'm going to go to the wiki real quick because this is one of those things that I kind of don't want to mess up. RS3 wiki alchemist, is it? I think it's alchemist. Nope. Alchemizer. The Alchemizer is a machine that can be built in the Invention Guild at level 72. It automatically casts high-level alchemy. Nope. Maybe it's this nerd down here in Remington. Ah. Because there's a dude that you talk to here for a quest. Maybe it's that dude. Decanter. Where's the decanter at? Thank you, Hydra. RS3 decanter. Decanting is a method by which a player combines or divides potions. Bob Barter Herbs, the Grand Exchange. Oh, he's at the Grand Exchange? That's so convenient. Oh, there's a one at the War's Retreat. Hey, that's kind of convenient. That's actually like the most convenient thing I've ever seen in my life. The clan representative. Decant vials, convert flasks to vials. Decant flasks, convert vials to flasks. Okay. That's super wonderful. Do you have anything? No, okay. So I do need to find out where to buy Eye of Newt. But now that I know where that decanter dude is and that he's right there, and there's a bank right there, and that's just gonna, I mean, that's beautiful. Let's maybe go talk to the witch. Where do I think I'll be able to buy Eye of Newt? Maybe let's go back to RS3 wiki again. Eye of Newt pack. Pack has two options, open and open all. Getting 50 noted Eye of Newts. Taverley Herblore Shop. Got it. I don't know exactly. Is the Herblore Shop over here somewhere? I think it is. All right. Let's go get some flippin' Eye of Newts. And then we're going to decant and recant potions all day, all day. Get ourselves some vials, fill them up with water. Oh, that's not the guy. That's the guy. Ooh, you can buy vial of water packs and empty packs. And Eye of Newt packs. That's so dope. Alright, well, let's max that out. Let's max that out. Let's max that out. Let's max that out. Oh, you can get unicorn horn dust? That's nice. Okay. I see you, game. I see you, game. I see you, baby. All right, let's open all. Open all. Open all. Oops. Oh, I can just move it like this. Okay. So now we'll take 10 at a time. We'll do that. Nope. Dope. And then I need a full potion. Right, so let's go talk to Decanter here. I get 3s. Give me 4 dose vials. Okay, perfect. Because I need those 4 dose vials because it takes a 4 dose vial to make the ones where I mix in the jumping salmon or whatever. Jumping trout, whatever I can get. I think. Or maybe it takes 2 dose vials. I'll have to check. But we'll go ahead and put these in here for now. And we'll come back to them in a minute. Do them all at the same time. In bigger batches, that'll be faster. This is really fun. Weak Artisan's Potion in Demonheim. Level 28 Herblar. Alright, I actually think I'm gonna go use the restroom here real quick and get some food. It's about lunchtime for me. I'm suddenly very hungry. We can kind of click these buttons while I eat, so I'll be right back. All right. Mix those bad boys up. And then we just want to turn these into some 4 bangers here. I think it's 4. It really might be 2. If it's 2, I'm going to be real sad, because then we're going to have to get not a full stack. Is this a 2? And this is some 4s. So let's go ahead and take the 2 out. Let's take one of the 4s out. Let's go ahead and teleport up by where we need to go, which is the Sears Village. You know what I can't believe? It's December 16th. It's going to be Christmas soon. Is everybody getting their holiday travel plans figured out? Looking now at how much I hate preparing to travel as an adult by myself with no children or anything like that to have to deal with, it makes me wonder how the ever-loving fuck my parents ever managed to get us anywhere for the holidays when I was a kid. I just wouldn't have the energy to want to go anywhere. That sounds terrible. Oh, we need a bait. I didn't realize I needed bait for this. Fucking dookie. Barbarian Outpost. As a bank. Ain't that something? Where's my fucking bait? I think I used all my bait. Can I use a feather as a bait? Or is a feather a lure? I think a feather might be a lure. Well, let's find out. Holy shit, it worked. Alright. That means we got leaping trouts. Nope. Oh, I accidentally dropped the leaping salmon. We want to use it. Nothing interesting happens. Use on that. Well, fuck me. What about use on that? You pour from one container into the other, nothing interesting happens. Okay, we're going back. Decant vials. Give me 2 doses. Use a leaping trout. What about a leaping salmon? There need to be 3 doses then? I'm almost certain it's the attack potion. Hell, I think I might still have some. Attack mix +2. Restores 300 health and gives attack. Doesn't drain adrenaline. Oh, right. Because I have to gut the leaping trout. Because it's not the trout that goes in there. It's the roe that goes in there. So now we use the roe. It goes in the attack potion, and it makes an attack mix, so I do need 2s. Okay. That took me a hot minute, but I figured it the fuck out. What I didn't figure out is whether or not I actually gained any XP, because I wasn't paying attention. Do I have any more roe? Ooh, I've got 56 roe just chilling. Okay. So let's go there. Then let's go here. Let's go talk to this nerd right here. Get him to turn all my vials into 2-dose vials. And turn all these. I get 8 XP. Okay. So that does give me a little more XP overall. It is a lot more resource intensive, but worth it. Okay. Pull those out, mix up some more attack potions. We'll take out these attack 4s, we'll get them turned into attack 2s. Oh, thank you. I guess maybe I should get them all turned into attack 4s first. And then get them turned into attack 2s, so I get extra vials out of it. Right? Is that the play? So turn them into attack 4s. Take them back over here, put them away. Decant all my vials. Alright, then this 3 and all these 1s should turn into 2s for me. Boom. Then we can only do 14 of these at a time. So we're going to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because we can make these into 2s. And we actually are going to do a preset here. This preset is going to get overwritten. And now we should be able to do this fairly quickly. 2 doses, boom, and then we just last preset. And then decant. Nice. That's interesting, since it didn't have enough to get me all of the 4-dose that I wanted, it went ahead and gave me 2-dose, which I was not expecting it to actually do. So that's pretty dope. Put all the 2-dose back in there, and then we'll go to 10, and we'll just bop, bop. And whoops. Fuck. Guess we got a random 1-dose now, because I'm an idiot. Bop, bop, bop. Take that out. What's in here? Bop, bop. Ba-doo-ba-da-doo-bop. Ba-doo-ba-da-doo-bop. Hey, another Herblore level. What do we get? Energy mix. Hell yeah. We're definitely going to have to fish up some of them jumpers so that we can do some more of this herbloring. I see a lot of chaos druids and fishing in my future, if I'm being perfectly honest here. Because I want to get this herblore up. Muy importante. But hey, now we've got 52 of these. Nope, way more than 52. 63 of these all attack mixes, or attack mixes. We have 73 more of these potions. We're out of row, which means we need to go fish up more salmons and more the other duders. We also have a ton of, I think they're over here, vampire dusts and pouches, and actually let's go do some of that action. Let's go make a bunch of vampire pouches also. I assume I can't use noted vampire dusts for this. It's possible we can. Maybe we should try it. Who knows? But yeah, we're definitely going to hit some of this pretty hard. We're going to kill a bunch of really boring-ass dudes. And we're going to fish a bunch of really boring-ass fish. So that we can make some herblore levels. Because I think this row can pretty much go in like every potion. What the hell? Oh, recharge my summoning points. Got it. Why can we only create 12 of these? Do I only have enough spirit shards for 12? Is that... Wow, okay. Well, let's see here. Somebody's got some trades. I know. There you go. 65,000 spirit shards for 1.6 mil. Oh. Hang on, a 65,000 spirit shard box for 125k. That's way better. That's way better. Okay. Phew. I almost made 100,000, a couple 100,000 gold mistake there.
Hello there. Welcome to my...
Level 36. We now have the Bronze Minotaur. Attacks your target, stunning them and dealing ranged damage. 1.8 second cooldown. Yeah, that's pretty good. The stuns are a pretty big deal. So make the last little batch of these. We're going to turn the last batch of these into the actual... Actually, I should have done that with the other batch too. I'll have to go back and get those. Because I don't need very many pouches to summon vampire bats. I mostly need the scrolls to use their special ability. So we're going to create 25 more of these, get another 3,000 XP, get a couple of levels here. Nice. Let's see. World Bearer pouch. Restore 26% of your run energy. Beast of Burden that can store up to 18 items. Oh, that's in Demonheim. That's nice. Then we can go in here and we can make a bunch of these. I get 1.5 XP. That's not much at all, but that's all right. $250 more Healy attacks from the vampire bat. And then we'll go right back over here. Yeah, 14 of these is going to be more than enough. With as many of the scrolls as I go through, 500 isn't going to last very long. But with as easy as it is to get these. So we're definitely, this is what we're going to be working on, I think. I want to get summoning and herb lore up. So we'll take it in turns, killing chaos druids, getting herbs, fishing for the jumping fishes, and killing vampires for vampiric ashes. Because until I get something better for healing than the vampire bat, I'm going to keep using vampire bats. So and I don't see anything in here. Maybe the bloated leech. I could see that maybe being a healer. Raw beef. So I'm going to have to kill a bunch of cows. Right? They give raw beef. Hey, leveled up range on a fucking random cow. That's maybe the greatest shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh, sure, we can just take all of that. I don't even know what the fuck cowhide's for, but we got some now. Holy shit, that was... I can't believe I got that level off of that. Gravite charge bow. This goes here, and this goes here. That can get put away, and these things can get put away. But actually, I'm pretty excited about this. What's a gravite charge bow? Also requires 45 dungeoneering. Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't you kiss my ass? Oh, we can now get these Ceradomin things. How do I get these? Balance shot, destructive shot, restorative shot. God, I really want these. I want, like, all of them for all the different things. Because I get that at 55 too, right? I can get, like, the Ceradomin weapons. Nope. Are there not Ceradomin weapons at 55? I can get Gravite. It's the God Swords, right? That you, maybe that's what it says. It just says God Sword. Granite. Nope. No fucking clue. Yeah, but we're just gonna keep doing our thing here, which is to be leveling up our herbology or our herb lore and our summoning. So what do we need right now? We need to fish for herb lore. We're going to take out these 10,000 feathers here. And we're going to fish our itty bitty asses off.
Ho, ho, ho!
I haven't done anything with my farm in so long. Way too many things to do in this game. If I would just be keeping up with my farm, my farming would probably be level 60 already. I've got things moving in the right direction. I'm just not doing what I'm supposed to do. Being able to catch the leaping salmon is nice. I think they have a higher drop rate. But we're going to hit level 60 here. That's going to be nice. Man, I can't believe how much we're cruising here. 1,300 total skill points. Not even 7 million XP though, goodness. We have such a long way to go. We're gonna need to hit some hunting too. We're gonna need quite the mess load of these. But at 60 XP a pop, that's pretty solid. 60 XP for a trout, 60 something for a salmon. We're gonna gut these bad boys. Sometimes we get nothing. Sometimes we get a row. Sometimes we get some bits for baits. It looks like the salmon might always be a roe. No, not quite. Definitely a much higher chance, though. If I do this that way, where those offcuts are first, I wonder if it'll use up the offcuts before using my feathers. Things in this game typically go left to right, but it looks like not in this case. Because of how quickly I'm filling up my inventory here, I wonder if it's even worth it, because these salmon give so many rows. Ooh, these give cooking XP when you cut them? Nice. I wonder if it's even worth it to do this. I could set up a thing where it's just my feathers here, and then just go deposit these super quick in this bank. I wish there was a way to just teleport straight over to that fishing spot. That'd be a little too much to ask for, I think. So we'll put these here, we'll put these here. And then we'll go ahead and go to presets. We'll go to, whoops. We'll go to presets, we'll arrange presets, we'll overwrite this preset. Nice. We'll put the trout and the salmon in the crafting spot, and then we'll start using that. We're going to do quite a bit of fishing here, I think, because I want to get a bunch of rows. Because there's something really valuable about not using adrenaline when you use a potion or eat a food or whatever. So these powered up potions give you their little bonuses, but they also don't consume adrenaline when you use them. So even though it's only 300 HP, there is quite a bit to be said for getting to just gain that for free on top of the attack bonus. In fact, depending on how strong that effect can become in the future, things like, I wonder if you can add rows to antidote potions, or not antidote, prayer potions, because being able to rock a prayer potion with a heal that doesn't absorb adrenaline could be pretty valuable. But I'll have to look into that to see if that's at all how that works. We're also getting a little bit of strength and a little bit of agility on top of our fishing XP here. It's not much, it's 5 XP for each of these, and then the rest goes to fishing. Although with the salmon that might be more, I don't exactly know. So we put the fishies right in there, and now we don't ever have to open that bank again. Fantastic. We'll just start using our preset, getting our fishies put away and our feathers stay in our inventory, and then we just fish away. It's the good life right here. All I want is a little of the good life. All I need to have a good time. This is the same amount of XP that you get from the souls, which, the same amount or more, right? The trouts are worth 60, which is the same amount as the desert souls. The salmon are worth 82, so more than the desert souls. So I'm getting more XP. I'm actually also having to make less of a run here. When I was fishing the desert souls, you have to move around quite a bit. Because the bank is so far away until you gain the reputation or whatever in that one stupid area. So this is honestly much more efficient fishing. And I think probably a more valuable resource. These rows are really valuable, I think. Just from an XP source for my potions. So improving my potion, my herb lore XP. They are also extremely valuable in the fact that you know, having a little HP on top of my bonuses from my potions is not a bad thing. I think a lot of people see these potions as more preparatory, especially like the attack, defense, stuff like that, and I absolutely understand that. However, there are a lot of potions that you can use during the fight. And I would even say that reusing your attack, defense, stuff like that potions frequently and getting the healing out of those might be pretty good, because then you're maintaining your skill bonuses. It's not that I'm done with Group Iron Man BS Lounge. I think I'm going to convert this character to that Group Iron Man. Because I'm still very excited about the Group Iron Man games. But this character already has membership, and since we're not doing the die equals delete thing anymore, I just don't... There's no value in me playing that other character when I could just be playing this one, where I already have membership, where I already have all these extra bonds, where I already have all that stuff. So because the person who could invite me to that group isn't on right now, at least not that I'm aware of, I couldn't convert the character yet, but I will be converting this character, the Group Iron Man. So no, I'm not done with that. I just saw no point in continuing a character that didn't have membership when I could just use this character. thought you said it was gonna be free to play to my spot. It's still totally viable to play it as a free to play. There's nothing wrong with. We would just engage in contests that a free to play player would be able to engage in. So instead of doing like boss races or timed events for bosses that only pay to play players could get to, we would just do it for bosses that the free to play account would be able to get to. But free to play in this game just has a lot of limitations that I don't want to deal with. But the whole system should work for both free to play and pay to play accounts. There's nothing holding that back. There's very little value a free-to-play account can add to a group of members. I mean, I guess that's sort of true. The fishing thing was super valuable. You still can max out your attack and defense and all that stuff, your magic, your range, your prayers. I don't know. I don't know. Welcome to the same thing that happens every single time we try and do stuff with lots of people involved. Everybody has their own idea of how things go, and then those ideas start to diverge more and more and more until everybody's playing a totally different game. One of these days I'm gonna learn. But it is not this day, apparently. It was my idea to do free-to-play when we were doing die equals delete. Because I didn't want to waste membership. Was I dreaming? We talked about the group Iron Man games, right? That was like a real conversation we had. I didn't just dream that. I said I wanted it to be viable for free to play because I didn't want to force people to buy memberships. Specifically, we were talking about, like, when we were thinking about doing it as a clan before the idea got more and more refined. Maybe that was the problem, is we talked about it being free to play when we were talking about just doing an internal clan thing. I mean, it's not all good. The thing that upsets me more than anything is feeling like I let people down. This is always what fucking happens. Wonder what those are for. Alright, well, it seems that everything has pretty much just gone totally wrong today. So, we're going to call the stream over for the day. And I will figure all this stuff out for the games tonight. And I just won't do anything else until it's fixed and finished. And then either it'll be done by tomorrow and we'll be back, or it'll be done by the next day and we'll be back. Sorry that apparently I miscommunicated everything to everybody. But I'll make sure that the system is all set up and works well. And then we can start using it. Start growing the community for it. And I just won't be back until it's fixed and works. So yeah, hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all in the next day or two.